Hello, Twitch. Welcome in, everyone. How we doing this week? Happy Sunday to you. Starting a bit early today. Normally start 90 minutes later. Or something like that. 4:30 Pacific. It's currently 3:15. Hey, Treebow. We'll start with coffee as usual, but we got to get going with our chuck roast that we're going to be doing our stew with tonight. I got a pan heating up in the back here, so if you hear any sizzling or anything like that, that's my cast iron in the back there drying off via flame. Alright, what do we start with? Coffee. That's what we start with. Got all sorts of holiday goodies. So I got some presents to show off. Start by wetting our coffee filter. Yeah, that's not right. Let's try that one again. That's not right. Oh, maybe with the watered filter. Maybe. Cast iron versus stone. Heat sensitivity. Stone will crack on you. You want to heat it up too fast or heat it up too hot, or it's not perfectly mixed. Yes and no. Depends on what you're cooking with. How you're heating things up. I would go probably cast iron then. I did my normal thing that I do now. For some reason, I'm supposed to be using the rest of that kettle water to warm up my mug, although I'm going to save a little bit of that for our biscuits a bit later. Hopefully there's a half cup in there. Nice. So I got a half cup of water for our rolls a bit later. Then we refill our kettle for next time. I wouldn't say that cast iron works on electric and it works on induction. I wouldn't say that it's probably the best pan for that. Electric, I would almost suggest like a thin metal stainless steel, just because electric takes so long to heat up. That way, you're not wasting time heating up both the electrical coils and your pan. And if you're doing induction, well, cast iron works and works well on them, depending on your pan. Like I've got one of these has a foot on, one or several of these have a foot on them, which means it doesn't sit flat. Yeah, this one's got a foot on it. So it doesn't sit flat on the induction burner. Oops, you didn't see what I was saying there. This one's got a foot on it. So like if you got an induction burner, it's not going to make good contact, even though it'll work on an induction burner. You're not supposed to be reheating up. You're making a bunch of extra noise. So this is my first new present that I got recently. So we got a new pouring glass for our coffee. We'll do a little show and tell before we wrap up with everything else here. Give me a second to sip on my possibly ant-filled coffee. I didn't buy half and half. I needed to buy half and half. I'm not gonna have half and half tomorrow. Boo. Yep, we got at least one of those buggers in there. The ants have gotten into my sugar. I just don't know how to. I'm gonna have to probably redo that whole shelf. I don't even know where I put it in the meantime. Hey, Bun Buns. We're starting early tonight. Thanks for stopping by. Cheers, everyone. Happy Sunday. Hopefully you're having a lovely week. Okay. So, show and tell. We've got a book that's actually been making the rounds here on Twitch Food and Drink. Several people have featured this book and have shown it off. It's another in a couple. I've got a couple other books in this same sort of like setup where it's based off of a flavor wheel. And you can do, let's show the index here. They used a lot of ink in this book. But they got they have different recipes for different types of ingredients, and also giving different types of combos that you can go along with it. But like I was saying, they spend a lot of ink on this book. And then you got your individual food wheels for each of the ingredients. Which ones work better and worse with it. Alright, Bun Buns. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you're feeling better too. So anyways, that'll be a fun new reference to search through for myself. We've got, I told everyone just like a week ago that all the salt is the same. And so to prove myself wrong apparently here, I've been gifted a set of Trader Joe's salts. So we got a wide variety of different salts. Sort of intrigued by this Persian blue. So a little worried what's causing the blue in it. Most of these I've tried in some form. We got smoked salt. Hawaiian black sea lava salt is sea salt from around their volcanoes. And so that's also very like smoky. I've already got some of that back there. I like using that. I don't use it very much. But it's a nice option if you want to add some smokiness to something that isn't smoked or isn't smoky. My mom's always great about keeping me in pens. Always got pens around my house. Thanks to Mom. Spoiler alert, they're all salty. Here I was hoping I could use them for dessert. And I got a tart pan. Rectangular tart pan. Have to do something with that here sometime soon. I still have gifts that I got last year that I haven't cooked with. I have a pan that I got last year that I really wanted, and I haven't even used. Salted caramel? No, I'm thinking salted caramel tart, maybe, but maybe with like a ganache top to it, and some hazelnut. Here's this pan. And the other pan I was talking about that I haven't used yet is my deep dish pizza slash focaccia, which is hopefully going to happen here soon. I'm going to make some focaccia in that. But that was for making Detroit style pizza as well. There you go. Yeah, we're starting early tonight because we're cooking some beef. And this is going to take a little while to roast. So that's why we're starting early. So let's prep this meat. Could just throw that whole thing in there. But that's going to take it even longer to cook that way. Wow, there's nothing clean in my house today. Stop. Silly assistant. Do I ever bother brining meats? Brining meats is a great thing to do. Though just for doing dinner around home, I don't do a lot of that, no. If it's a special occasion or something that I'm spending extra time with, sure. So for this, just to cut down on cook time here, we're gonna take this major bone here. We're still gonna cook it with that bone, but we're gonna cut it off of the major part of the meat. We still want the flavor from that bone. But the bone is a major heat sink. It just soaks up heat. It holds it and retains it. But it is going to take forever. So that way we can get our meat cooked, still get flavor off of the bone, because without all the meat attached to it, it's going to heat up and cook much quicker. It's going to assist you with flavor. I'm going to do the same with this one over here too. You don't have to be perfectly precise with this, because we're still cooking all the meat here. We're just changing our cooking time. So that's going to definitely break down into two pieces, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let the heat do that. I am going to cut off this. Not even quite sure what that is. It's sort of like a cross between... It's definitely... There's some fat there, but there's definitely a ton of cartilage and a ton of connective. I sort of want to just do that too, because this is going to take longer to cook too, but I think I'm going to leave it attached. In that case, you're doing the brining because you're basically doing, when you're doing brining, you're essentially doing osmosis, which a lot of people make into some fun joke about how you learn things, but it's, you know, you're essentially trading the water that's in the item that you have for salted water or salt water. Whether you're doing it dry or wet, that's essentially what you're doing. And so that's going to affect your flavor. It's going to affect how things cook. And yeah, in many cases it is for the better. Isn't always better. Let's do our battle. They took out our archer. Race for the present. Oh, we gotta go to both corners of this map. All three corners of this map. Oh, we're gonna be waiting just to kill presents here. But hey, we just happen to have our pen ready here for starting our beef anyways. And it's already heated up because I just warmed it up to dry it out. Victory! Victory! Tree pile getting those rewards. Hey, Amazing Peter Gaming! Welcome in! What time is it there? It's gotta be late for you. I'll put my warrior out there. You're welcome to join in using the link. Build up your own army. Fight with us every 30 minutes. You can place a unit every 5. I hope you're enjoying your evening, morning. Welcome. Happy Monday? Oh, I forgot to show off the best, the biggest gift that I got, I think, this year. I don't have it set up yet. I went through my other gifts earlier. But I got an OS bot. Or OBS bot. So you can plug your phone into this, and it uses this camera to track faces, and so it will point the camera, it'll move the camera to point wherever the person is. And so I'm thinking of switching my main view actually with this so that it'll follow me around the kitchen. Alright, so we got a pan back here nice and warm. Let's start searing our meat. Searing our beef. Nice full hot flame. I am going to cut this top part off here. This is all going to be good flavor and good stuff that we're going to sear as well. But that's majority of that's going to be connective tissue and stuff that's going to have to cook longer. So that way as it's a smaller bit, it's going to cook quicker. We'll sear all this together. Nice. Thank you, Peter. Hit this up with some salt. Oh, hey. Let's maybe increase the view so you can actually see what I'm doing over here, too. Pan is still not quite hot enough for me. We want this like smoking. That is not smoking yet. So you have the like OBS bot counter cam, and then you have a gimbal that handles 2 phones. Launch my knife off. Yeah, that still wasn't quite smoking. I got a little smoke going now. Let's see. We got cabbage for later. Start heating up our oven too. What type of cutlery do you find best? I think that's a very personal question. And not that I said it that way sort of for fun, but it's matters what matters to you sort of a thing. Do you want the scalloped sides with a shorter blade that'll work better for cutting an onion? which is why I really own that knife still. But I'm going to cut a bunch of other stuff, so I'm not going to use that. Or do... Oh! A lot of those are things that I have in my own kitchen. All right. So just chopping up some onion and carrot here to go with our beef. That it is. That it is. You tend to have decent pieces of meat around the house when you buy your beef by a quarter steer. We're going to have some other big roasts here coming up soon because I got to go through this. Well, I found it was really the only way I could still get locally produced meats that are of a good quality. Otherwise, I'm essentially shipping it in some form because they've been largely locked out of a local processing facility. And so all the mom and pops are traveling here in Northern California. All the mom and pop farms in them, if they aren't having stuff processed on their own property by like a local butcher to buy like what I have, they're shipping upwards, if not more, of 500 miles to have their cattle slaughtered, portioned, and returned to them for sale. And that's the same for other larger animals like lamb and goat. And yeah. There is a meat processing facility in Sonoma. I mean, it doesn't have the greatest name. It's been shut down recently. But for reasons completely separate from the mom and pop shops. So I've chopped up a bit of veg here that I'm going to put with our beef. No, actually what was happening was they would operate on several days out of the week, and they would operate doing different things different days of the week. So this happened on a day of the week when even the mom and pop families are not bringing their cattle to them. This was actually happening on days that they were working for the fast food industry, and what they were doing was slaughtering all of the dairy cattle. You know, info for everyone out there. When you're buying that lovely beef at your fast food restaurant, that's old cow meat. Old dairy meat. You know, animals that have been around forever, mistreated. But during the lunch hours when they were shut down, on those days that they were handling all that sort of nasty stuff for the fast food restaurants, they were slaughtering several animals that were considered unfit to be slaughtered. No on antibiotics, but that's just because they don't have antibiotics across the board. They have a wide variety of natural supplements in their feeds these days, which are a little more than vaccines and antibiotics and all sorts of other stuff. But essentially antibiotics, but they're not able to call them antibiotics. So in our pan over here now, we'll start sweating our veggies up. But you gotta imagine that dairy cattle are not, I mean, they're raised to produce dairy. They're milked twice a day. They're why not both? I'm going only butter tonight, but that's only because I don't have any more sour cream. Throw those taters in now. Oh, you're talking the wrong guy in that case. This is a kitchen where we love our dairy, we love our stuff that's horrible for us according to everyone else. So we got a package of homemade chicken stock, which is just going to give us some good flavor along with our beef. I wish I had some actual beef stock these days, but we're out of that. We'll set that on top of this to start melting. What else are we throwing in there right now? I think we're good with that for right now. We do need to get that going in the oven though, so oven is preheated. Let's get some wine ready. I've had this wine several times on stream before. It's one that I enjoy. I have not had this particular one, this vintage, but good wine. That is our oven up to temp. I'm not a fan of purchased stock. I like making my own. I find they're too weak, just generally in all. And often they're very muddy, very cloudy. You wouldn't easily be able to turn them into a consomme. They don't have good flavor. Versus water, maybe. But I make my own stock. Aged wine skeptic. What do you mean by that? As in, you don't believe aging wine changes the wine? Well, certainly there's a trailing off, but there is most certainly a difference, too. No, I would say that the wine very much does age in the bottle. It very much ages in the cask. If only for the reason that you're going to get a lot of flavor of the wood into the wine, and you're going to get more of that with more age. You can learn that just by trying different bourbons. But as someone who's made mead, I haven't made proper grape wine, but I've made mini meads. And yeah, 15, well, there is a point where it really doesn't change a whole lot. 5-10 years, most certainly. 20 years, yeah. Like, you try that in hard liquors, where you can actually easily try, a modern versus an older one, and them be, like from even the same distillery, same storage, same across the board sort of a thing. And there'll be major differences. Many times the aging between something on that higher end is not so much that you're taking out something astringent, but it's just an overall mellowing and rounding of everything, and taking, what may be a great wine into an outstanding wine, but it was already a great wine. Melt! Melt! I want you melt! That all being said, would you pay $500 for a glass of 300-year-old wine? I might once. It'd have to be one heck of an old glass of wine. And expect something extravagant? That's sort of the thing with all wine, too. You can find $10 wines that are just as good as $50 wines or much more expensive wines. It's like concert tickets. It's a scarcity thing. Someone decides that it's amazing. Everyone's got to have it. So they jack up the price. By the way, I wouldn't expect the 300-year-old wine to go for $500. I would expect it to be actually even more. I mean, if you think about just storing something for 300 years. Which is really what a lot of it breaks down to is, we've made this 20-year-old product for you, so we've had to pay to keep this barn in the field for 20 years. And, well, they put all sorts of weird stuff in the cheap wines, too. If they're large ones like boxed wines. But yes, you can find boxed wines that are just easy drinkable. You gotta consider a lot of those prices are things for the event and showing off, like, this is the wine that was served at the Oscars, or this is the wine that was served at the Emmys, or this is the, whatever big event, this is the champagne at the Formula One race. They're not paying cheap for those bottles. And the events may be getting them cheap, but to be able to try what those people had when they won their award, sort of a thing. You gotta break out that wallet. Moscato, I wish I knew a bit more. There's a number of wines I wish I knew more about in an international basis. I'm here in Sonoma, so it makes sense to me to be drinking the local wines and trying out what I can. It's really interesting how the fat on the top of that is melting slower than everything else. Well, the reason I was bringing up mead before, and I don't know if I even got to talking about that, is if you've ever made mead, or if you ever tried someone's mead that they've made, when you first make a mead, when you first finish that, when you finish siphoning off from your fermentation and everything, your aging, unless that's already been sitting for 6 months, it's going to taste like gasoline. It's going to taste like rocket fuel. It's going to be hot. And you need 6 months, a year, to age mead before it gets mellow enough to be comfortably drinkable. There are a couple recipes out there that are much quicker, but I'm talking in general. Yep. There's some, like, there's a famous, I forget the name of it. It's like Ancient Clove and Orange or something like that. But it's an orange and clove recipe that's made the rounds that's very quickly drinkable. And I'm sure there's a whole bunch of others that are out there if you were to try and test it. But everything that I've had, yeah, it needed to sit in the bottle for a good 6 months before it was really approachable. Ever tried the jam mead? Or Joan? That's quite possibly the one that I'm thinking of. Yeah, Joe's Ancient, yeah. What is in the bottom of that glass? No. That was like, it looked almost like fennel seeds, but it was like miniature fennel seeds. It was even too small to be fennel seeds. It was probably dirt that splashed into it or something. I keep it right next to the sink. We'll do a half cup of cab since I'm still sipping my coffee here. So we're going to take our smaller bits that we didn't sear off earlier and place those in there. Sort it to the side. Put it in for flavor. All right. Hit that with a bit of pepper. bit more salt since I didn't salt up the veggies much or liquid much. Put our lid on that. That's going to go in the oven. We're going to say goodbye to that for a little while. Running low on towels. All right, over to the board. Back to our board. And we're going to be making some bread next. We got our still, it's not very warm. Heat that water up just a touch. And we'll do our battle that I'm neglecting. To battle. There we go. We got that. No problem. No problem. To make a starter with ground up oatmeal, I'm sure you probably could, but I don't know that you really need to worry that much about it. Just go to the store and get some whole wheat flour. I mean, you're going to have to wait for it for a while anyways. But you can certainly use like AP flour or any other type of flour too. There we go. See what we get in 30 minutes. Alright, we got some warm water over here. Over 100 degrees. We'll see how hot we got that. Alright, that's going to be nice and warm for our yeast. Start with some flour. down in the bottom. Give them something to munch on. We'll add our yeast in there. I've now decided this is the best way to do this, is to pour the hot water over your yeast instead of putting your yeast into the hot water. I think it gets them going much quicker. You can use bleached flour, but one, you're going to get more flavor out of the bread flour. And if you're going to have a starter around, you're going to have some flour around the house, so just buy a bunch of bulk bread flour. Well, whole wheat is the whole wheat. Stop. It's my normal alarm to remind me to start the stream. And so whole wheat is going to give you everything there. The other wheats are processed wheats. They're changing how much protein is in them. They're taking parts of it out. And so, yeah, you can use the white AP flour, and you can even use that if it's cheaper for you to use that to keep your yeast going, but you're going to get more flavor out of the whole wheat. Rinse our raw meat cutting board here. That way we don't have any cross-contamination. In another bowl, we'll get the rest of our rolls going here. Do a cup and a half of flour. Roughly. I don't know what that song was. That song was like... Nah, no thank Hater Bubs. I have no interest in Chopped. I have a couple of friends that have been on the show. Appreciate the compliment, though. Salt. And we want to do any flavoring with our bread tonight. Little onion powder. Oh, I'm definitely a jack of all trades, master of none. I tend to focus on the casual, homey, rustic. I'm not a detail orientated. At least when it comes to food and handwork, I'm not a real detail-oriented guy. When it comes to, clean up my computer, coding, and stuff like that, absolutely so. But my cooking, I just do it because I enjoy it. I love hanging out in the kitchen, and I don't think I could stream for hours on end if I didn't. Let's do some pepper in there too. I've got a culinary degree from the Culinary Institute of America. I've cooked in the Southwest, Southern California, Midwest, New York, LA, Beverly Hills. I have traveled to China's top culinary school and took a week course there, which was cool. But that was more like, in my mind, that was more like a vacation at this point than it was actual proper education. But I have experienced a lot of Szechuan, what am I trying to say there? Szechuan and Beijing food. Like a lot of Asian techniques, use a lot more French influence in my food though. So we'll add our yeast to our flour now. Yeah and no. I mean, there's a lot of American cuisines that were completely made up just to... Well, it... Excuse me. What it boils down to, a lot more than being a difference in recipes, is a difference in what you have to make those recipes with. Because... I mean, you can go to the store and buy spinach in China the same that you can here in the U.S. But when you go and buy spinach here in the U.S., typically you're going to get a smaller leaf. You're going to get something that's almost intended to be in a salad. Whereas you go and buy spinach in China, and you're going to get spinach. things are not grown the same. They grow different things and call them the same thing. It's like you ask a Mexican for a lime, they're just as likely to hand you a lemon because to them there's no real difference. In their language, there isn't a whole lot of difference. So between language differences, between how things are grown, you can try and recreate a recipe that your parents did and have it be completely different. No, it really, traveling there actually, that's one of the things that probably more opened my eyes up to anything else, is how much you may have the same thing, you may even be taught the same thing, you're just using different ingredients. Or I got woken up to a number of things when I was there. Their idea of their labor market. I mean, how little their labor is. We were in sort of a touristy part of Shanghai, or not Shanghai, Chengdu, and we went to a bar, and there was a dude there in a tuxedo, like neighborhood bar joint, guys there in a tuxedo, racking up balls, keeping track of who's next up on the pool table. And that was his whole job. Like, he was getting paid to sit there and just keep track of the pool table in the bar. We went by what we all assumed was a protest or a strike of some sort, and we realized that a group of 15, 20 people walking down the road with signs was a moving advertisement, was not them protesting. I didn't really see that much. I mean, we went to a fancy nightclub one night when we were there, and I'm pretty sure everything was for sale there, including the attendance. But I don't know. Of course, that place was more of a karaoke nightclub than... Man, they had the liquor, though. That place was definitely the nightclub. It's also a little bit of a shock to go somewhere and realize, I don't know what the current exchange is. It's certainly changed since then. But when I was there, it was like 6 2/3 to $1 US or something like that. Considering the person that sort of arranged half of our trip was, everyone called him the GM or the general because he was essentially government connected. He was part of the local newspaper, got a newspaper article about our trip written. He was part of local news. He owned that nightclub. He owned a tea place that we went to. He owned that and the other. It was, and like I say, he was like government connected. Where in China, businesses are all owned at least 50% by the government. So I'm sure it was all legit liquor. But at least whatever we were served. That wouldn't be a smart plan to serve a bunch of kids from the top culinary school in the United States some knockoff liquor. That wouldn't be a good PR. Because all the kids were there from the CIA, too. We were a group of like 20 of us. It wasn't an official Culinary Institute of America trip, but it was organized by one of our chefs from the school, who is a Chinese master chef, which is an entirely different certification from it is here in the US. Master Chef in China is more like Certified Executive Chef in the US, which is an actual, like, certificate title you get from the ACF. Actual Master Chefs in the US, and I'm not talking those TV Master Chefs. Actual Master Chefs in the US go through a week-long hell test after being certified many times beforehand and getting judged by the top chefs in the world. The other master chefs, there's only about 60 of them at any given time. No, that's Michelin stars. Michelin doesn't do master chefs. All they do is their stars. Stars and bars. Stars and, was it Stars and Forks? I forget what their second symbol is. They're just rating locations. They're just rating restaurants. I'm talking about actual certifications, which the Master Chef test is a international recognized one, the one that's from the US. They test both in the US and in Germany. Yes, I'm still kneading. I'm not sold on this new jazz playlist yet. I'm liking that it's a new and different playlist. It's a little bit slower than the other one. I would think that those are simple things compared to what they're doing. Yeah. I will tell you one of them in particular. One of the tests that they have is Escoffier is a very well-known French chef from back in the day. Some great books and references. One of those tests is you're given a recipe from that, but you're not given that recipe to work on for the next day until the end of the day before. And so, like, you'll pull an 12-hour day just doing the test, and then the test will give you things that you will want to spend all night studying for that you didn't know beforehand. And, you know, you have one day that's a market basket. They have no idea what they're going to work with. They have one day of recipe. They have no idea what they're going to work with. They have a charcuterie day where they do a full-on, like, charcuterie platter. Like, Bocuse d'Or type, like, charcuterie platter. And then is judged by, like, the people to be judged by in charcuterie. It is. I mean, it's sort of hard to explain how hard that test is, but it is like a 6-day constant test. The president of the Culinary Institute of America, the head of the school, his claim to fame is to be the first person, or to be the youngest, not only or was it? Okay. Current president was the youngest to pass the test. Past president was the first one to get a perfect score on it. And not only got a perfect score on it in the US, he did it in Germany too, just to prove himself. No, it's a master chef. It's a master in all of culinary. So, like, not only is this, like this master huge test, which you're paying, many of these people that are taking this test are also being sponsored to take this test, because to even take this test costs buco bucks. Most of the times you're sponsored by working for, you're like the head chef of a casino or something, and they want you to get this certification for their marketing, and they're gonna sponsor you for it. It's not. And to begin with, to even get there, you've obviously already done other certifications to get up there. You got your certified executive chef, you got certified. There's 2 or 3 different exams that you've already taken to get there. Okay, let's let this dough sit a bit longer. And put it back in the same bowl. I'll let that rise a bit. Put a cover on that. Set a 2-hour timer to check our beef. Prep our potatoes for boiling. We won't get them boiling just yet, though. Yep. Of course, when you get to that point, you get to be the guy that comes up with slogans like "pork the other white meat," which he literally did. Or actually did. Not literally. Actually did. Another one I know of was Director of Culinary for Campbell. I know one that was Head of Casinos for MGM. A lot of them are in education. Just for a number of them, they're actually working at the culinary. or at Schoolcraft in Michigan. There's one of the other major culinary schools in the U.S. Of course, these are also people like, I know I don't remember if he was a master chef or not, but the executive chef of casino I went to had a $500,000 disposable or discretionary budget. You know, and go out and buy a couple of sports cars on his own whim because restaurant needs it or casino needs it. Just chopping potatoes roughly the same size here for our mash, so that they'll roughly cook at the same speed. Alright, potatoes, gonna cover those in some water. Set those on the stove for later. Alright, coleslaw time. Do we start with the dressing or do we start with the veggies? I think I'm going to start with the dressing. Five ad commercial break? Ouch. Ouch. That's the last of my coffee. Let's go over to our battle here. It's just me and Tree. Yeah. Or can we do... Yeah. Put my berserker out there hoping we were going to have some more help for this round. Most Italian food cooking is about doing really simple stuff with a lot of detail and a lot of care. Because otherwise It's easy to accomplish. You can make Italian food really easily, but to make good Italian food takes both good ingredients and a lot of detail work. Like, all the pasta stuff, the difference between making a mediocre pasta and a good pasta is timing getting it to you on the table. It's detail work. Tribal getting those kills and assists. Gonna get that reward too. I don't know why I went down there instead of staying up. Oh yeah, well, it depends. I mean, pasta. I mean, a lot of extruded pasta doesn't matter too much. Good fresh pasta is like another animal, but it requires a lot of work. And whether that work is worth the difference to you, it's sort of like the wine we were talking earlier. There can be a major difference with a little bit of work, but the difference between that great wine and that fucking outstanding wine is just that extra bit of effort that is it really worth it? And that's a lot of Italian food. Is that little extra effort really worth it? Is those extra herbs? Is So we're gonna make another mayo again. Ditching the white off of my yolk there. Oh hey, we're still looking at the game. Nice, hater. I was more speaking of the other stuff, though, to be honest. The pasta, yeah, fresh pasta is better. Is it worth the time to you is another question. But I was more talking, the fresh herbs. Like, in-season good tomatoes. It's all about the veggies being primo fresh, the herbs all right from the garden. Of course, then again, what is Italian? Then you could get into, are we talking about northern or southern Italian food? Or are we talking... people from the South will say the North, they have no idea how to make pizza. They use dairy and everything, and there's not enough fresh oil, there's not enough seafood, and vice versa for the North. I'd be like, where's the meat? But and that's getting into things with bread too. I mean, you can have the same ingredients and have two people do different care, but when you're getting into bread, we're dealing with a living organism here. This is yeast. It doesn't always do what you want it to do. You know, it doesn't always react you want it to. It takes longer sometimes. It takes less time sometimes. Sometimes it gets really happy, eats a ton of stuff, and produces a ton of gas way too early. We've worked very hard at this, trying to control that by being very specific with our yeast, but that's actually what I would say is the primary advantage to having a sourdough starter is you're comfortable with what that yeast is likely to do. You've worked with it a lot. You're experienced with it. It's not just another packet of Red Star that you don't know how old it is. They are very, well, the two practices are, in a broad sense, cooking is looked as something that you don't have to be as precise at, you don't have to be as exact with. You know, you add too much pepper into the sauce is just going to have too much pepper. And the idea of baking is it all has to be exact, it all has to be measured, it all has to be formulaic in order to get the result that you want. I would say reality is a little less that. I think that's probably much more the at-home experience where, you know, you're worried about, you know, getting that cake mix exactly the same because you haven't made cake before, versus, you know, restaurants, everything's measured, everything's portioned, everything's just as it is for baking. So but that is, in general, yeah, they're sort of two arts. They're baking typically is a bit more precise in the way you have to do things. There's a lot more waiting, there's a lot more timing things out. Baking, I think of as being more knowing your timing and knowing when is right, versus like there's a lot more learned knowledge to baking than there is to just cooking. Like, you can pick up a saute pan and start tossing pastas together. In order to get good breads, you're going to have to make bread. You're going to have to learn the way that different doughs feel and the way they'll react from how they feel when you got a dough that's too wet, when it's too dry, because the atmosphere will mess with whether it's too dry or wet from day to day. And, you know, there's a lot more that you have to have hands-on experience with, I think, of in baking than in cooking. There's some in cooking, without question. But more of it in baking? I think so. Like, knowing how to temper chocolate and knowing how it looks. Of course, at the same time, I'm sitting here making a emulsion for cooking. This is knowing what it looks like, too. Yep. Whether you're working with instant flame or you're working with an oven that's going to hot hold for hours. I've switched from a little while ago, I don't think I said it though, I've switched from using better flavored olive oil to cheaper canola for our mayo here. Well, it's like a lot of things. You can make it complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Most of it boils down to humans seem to want everything to be consistent and be able to come back for the same meal over and over again, when in nature that just doesn't exist. Yeah, those have been around for a minute now. Maybe if you're in an apartment, but even for my one bedroom here, I think they're too small. Like, I would want, if I'm gonna spend the money on a pizza oven, I want something that I can do more than just pizza with, because you're gonna be dropping some money. I want to be able to do like bread, I want to roast chickens, I want to, you know, do all sorts of stuff. And while the Unis are great small ovens that are great for doing pizza, if you eat pizza every day of the week, great purchase. But for my needs or for what I want, they're a little too small. They're definitely too, not tall enough. If you're familiar with Cheese Pizza, another streamer here on Twitch, does a lot of pizza. Shocker. He's been sponsored by Uni for quite a while, and he's just actually moved on from Uni to a new type of oven. I really sort of like the new one that he has. I don't know the name of it. Not that I would really want to hype it here anyways. But it definitely has some actual height to it. And it's more of a brick or ceramic than the Unis that are metal. I wouldn't think the Unis would hold. I mean, they've got a thin layer of brick to them. I wouldn't think that they would hold heat near as well as I would want an oven to either. I haven't cooked with one. I haven't dealt with one hands-on, so yeah. Welcome in, Sharia. Yep, that's a bit of mayo. I'm making a bit of mayo because we're doing a bit of coleslaw. We also got some dough proofing for making some dinner rolls a bit later. And we got a pot roast in the oven. I'm right there with you, Tree. I would love to build my own. Not that I really want the... I just want the customability. I want it. Well, like I said, there are some out there that are... usable that are along that line. But yeah, I mean, the amount of space that I'm getting to, just, yeah, I mean, you basically want to anyways, because the cost difference in buying the brick versus some custom built metal thing. Little Dijon. I put a little Tabasco and a little mustard, which both have vinegar in them. But I didn't put any straight vinegar. You can do a little apple cider vinegar too, but I don't know that we really need that. What else do we need to throw in there? We haven't done any of our other flavorings here. A little onion powder, a little white pepper. Touch of cayenne. I might just leave it there. Keep it sort of simple for our... honey. That was what I was going for next, honey. Since I'm making a salad dressing out of this, I can actually thin it out using honey as a sweetener. There we go, coleslaw dressing. At least as far as I'm concerned. Oh, we need some salt in there for sure. The rest of that dressing, that is sort of thick for a salad dressing right now. But the reason we're leaving it like that right now is because the liquids that are coming out of our carrot, out of our cabbage, out of our onion, they're all going to thin that out. And so we want that a little thick. I like mine sweet with a bunch of umami. So a combination of sweet and savory. Bubs, switching from olive oil to... Sorry, I missed that message earlier. It was entirely a cost thing. However, if you do straight olive oil, it can get... I mean, you're talking about a lot of oil there. That can get really fruity, really citrusy, very olive oily too, and you don't necessarily want that. What would a base umami flavoring be? Well, we'll start with this. Umami and MSG, much the same. And this right here, this is Ajinomoto, which is a Japanese brand of straight MSG. Used to be cultivated from seaweed. It is a salt, and it is responsible. The flavor that MSG creates, or umami flavor, it creates a lot of that savory flavor that you identify with like meats or mushrooms or essentially when you're adding this, you're adding MSG. If you've ever had Vegemite, if you've ever had Marmite, they're like essentially straight MSG. You look on an ingredient label and you see, I had it there in that listed, but yeast extract, hydrolyzed yeast, basically dead yeast equals umami. Vegemite is an Australian product. Marmite is a very similar UK product. I think they're made by the same company these days. I think they're both Kraft. But have you tried it dried out and cured? I had Vegemite as an ingredient challenge in my stream too. I do ingredient challenges on Wednesdays for anyone new in. And speaking of that, we gotta close up our vote for this week. But it's not bad. I think a lot of what people... I think a lot of people's dislike of the product is because they're like, they'll serve it on toast and they're like expecting like butter or jam or something like along that instead of like, I sort of equate it to almost like that cheap mushroom gravy you get in a diner. It's not really mushroom. It's not really gravy. It's not, but it's like meaty. It is Bubs. The idea is we're trying to come up with items that are hard to cook with, not necessarily ones that are gonna punish my taste buds. So our current vote, we can actually wrap this up here while we're here on stream. Our current vote is between Stubbs barbecue sauce and lemon juice. And it looks like it's going to be lemon juice. Awesome. So, Wednesday winning ingredient is going to be lemon juice, which means I will have to create dinner and dessert using that ingredient. For anyone new into the stream, I've been doing this for many weeks now. Over a year now, I think. Well over a year now. And we've done all sorts of things. I've done crickets, I've done after 8 dinner mints, we've done boba pearls, tater tots, all sorts of things. Venison, vanilla extract. I mean, it just goes on and on. Gummy worms and mayo and... So these were all past challenges that I've done on stream here. And so if you want to contribute, you can join into the Discord. I'll give people permissions after the stream. And you can make your own suggestions here. We got some guidelines at the top of the ingredient suggestions channel here. About what we're looking for. But otherwise, feel free to make your suggestions. And the ones with the most votes will go on to the main vote. Yes, I started about 90 minutes early today because the beef is going to take longer. I typically schedule this all up right up there. Wrong way. Right under the dinner with Chef JT. Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. 4:30 Pacific time. I did miss last Monday, but I am pretty regular, as you can tell by the number of streams I've done this year. We're at what, 181 now? Only 365 days in the year. I thought I turned my speakers off. Let's go turn the speakers off. Nice. Yeah, Sundays are often typically the day that I do longer streams too, if I'm doing longer ones. Like, I make my own stock, and so sometimes I'll do a, 6, 8, 10, 12 hour stream just making stock. That's only a couple of times a year, though. I'd love to do cook-alongs if we give people doing it. I tried for a long time when I first started streaming, my first year streaming. And I spent a lot of time writing menus out and having menus available for people to join with me, and it just never really happened. Yeah, Prickly Pear Cactus already won once, but I don't know if I actually ever redeemed that one. That's sticking out in my head is... There's been one or two that were just... I just couldn't get the ingredients. And Prickly Pear is normally available, it just wasn't available when I was doing it then. I had one for a specific type of mushroom in the past too, and I ended up doing just mushrooms in general because I couldn't find the mushroom was out of season. Oh my! Speaking of vegetables, speaking of mushrooms, I forgot something that's really supposed to be in with that beef. I'm gonna have to put that in there now. Wow, that was supposed to be like the secret surprise of the night, too. Damn. I just completely forgot. I told everyone about it on Friday, too. I just didn't do anything with them. But yeah, we have these that are supposed to be in there. That one's a little too far gone. That one's a little too far gone. Those are a little too far gone. Generally, no. Because in many cases, you're talking about pasteurized dirt anyways. I mean, yeah, it's not exactly the funnest dirt to think about, but you come in contact with that same sort of dirt other foods too. Cut that first one, that first big boy, and started regretting cutting that first one because cool. throw a couple of those in there. Big ones whole, just to show them off. But these have all been likely cleaned, and these are all coming from a commercial operation too, which I was not aware that they've commercialized morels. I cut these all in half just out of habit, but it is a good habit to make sure your morels are actually hollow, that they do not have a solid stem. Because these are commercially grown, I'm not assuming that we're not going to come across any, but there is something known as a false morel, which looks identical to a morel until you slice it, because the stem and the inside of it is solid, unlike these ones. That is normally my experience too, Bubs, but it is becoming more and more available. Like I said, I haven't seen clamshells of them like this before, and this is from a company that is in the county. So these are local grown too. I'm just tossing them all in. I'm cutting them all. Well, there's a number of reasons to like local. It's typically fresher. Since it's fresher, it'll typically last longer in your house. And it's not making as much of an environmental impact. You're paying local people, so the money is staying local to you. There's a lot of benefits to local. It's typically more expensive. Well, let's take a look at this beef. Let's look at this beef. See what we got going down here. That's looking okay. Well, fresh beer is always. So this is what we're waiting on in the stove here. This has been in the oven now for at least an hour. I want to say closer to 90 minutes now. little freeze-dried thyme. Sorry, I haven't been keeping up with Chad. I'll check back in a sec. And let's throw a bay leaf in there too, for good measure. Crab salad sounds like a good time. I like me some crab. Wow, you got all sorts of perks with your job. Okay, so going to throw this back into the oven. Allow that to continue cooking away. We got another hour and 15 minutes on our 2-hour timer. So we got our coleslaw started here. We got the carrot on bottom. And we'll go back to doing cabbage here. Oh, our battle's ready. Let's do our battle. We kill everything above. I think we killed everything above the killing zone. Probably should have done haste this time so that we could have run for the presents. The flag carrier and the healer are always a good help, though. Nice scramble. Victory! Victory! Treebow getting all those rewards tonight. Alright, back to chopping. How's our bread looking, actually? That's poofing up a little bit. It's done a little proofing. On occasion. What proof do I have? I made a gummy worm pate a long time ago. what was it, June 2020? I think it was. June 2020, I broke down a whole pig here on stream, other than head and offal. I've since bought a quarter steer, and it's about time that I order something else, actually. We still got beef left, but that freezer's getting mighty empty at the same time. Oh, tree bow. No worries. Well, Sharia, this one would be overflowing if it wasn't for the fact that there's a chest freezer right there. So, I have lots of freezer space. I have too much freezer space, to be honest. That I over-ordered when I bought that refrigerator, or that freezer. But I was buying a whole pig. I needed room. Certainly, Hater. Done rabbit, I've done... Have I done squab on stream? I don't know if I've done squab on stream. But I did rabbit for Easter one year on stream. I actually really like duck. Duck's one of those ones I wish I could cook and eat a lot more if it wasn't so pricey and... People absolutely love duck eggs, and I'm like, okay, yeah, the yolks are pretty cool. They got some nice flavor to the yolks. But the whites on duck eggs are just so bad. Bison, I've done bison too. I'd like to eat more bison. I'd like to try more bison. I've only done it once or twice. But I did, actually this year I did bison meat tacos. That was like spring of this year. Ostrich eggs, that's one I don't know where I would find. I know they're available in New York, I think. But other than that, I think there's actually an ostrich farm in New York. camel and zebra meat, huh? I've seen all sorts of things dried as jerkies, but as far as fresh meats, those are something that I haven't come across. I've seen all sorts of stuff as jerky. That's just because you can transport jerky so easily and cheaply that it's dehydrated. Yeah. Yeah, duck is sort of... We have butchers here that I could probably find a butcher that would cut things up. But typically I find duck in one of three forms. Whole, duck breasts, or confit legs. And they're already confit before you buy. So like, the only way that I have seen that you can do confit... I've done confit on stream before with duck legs. Is... you know, buying them whole, using the breasts for something, making a duck stock, and then using the rest for confit. I'm down for it if people want to send me stuff. All about trying new stuff. I get stuck in ruts too easily, and so it's sort of nice having the stream to force me to widen my repertoire. I'll do dinners, I'll do desserts. I did a day of nothing but cookies for the holidays. Wednesdays are typically dinner and dessert because that's the challenge. To use it both sweet and the ingredient both sweet and savory. Though to be honest, I typically do 3 or 4 different types of recipes on those days. I sort of have a running thing where I do a lot of them. I turn a lot of them into no-knead breads. So like the other day when we had pizza rolls as a challenge, I made pizza roll no-knead bread. Beyond that, dessert, much more sporadic. It's sort of like wine on the stream. Probably find it in the stream at least once a week. Maybe twice. Not all the time. And it's just because that's sort of the nature of what I'm doing here. All this food going right here. And so I don't have a family here. I don't have other people. And so typically that's why I'm not streaming every single day. Is because it would be way too much food. It's too much food as it is. Okay, we're going to salt our coleslaw here, and then we're going to turn back to bread a little bit. Yeah, that was handling beef. toss that salt up with everything. That salt's gonna help start drawing out moisture out of our veggies. I may not brine my meat very often, but I brine my coleslaw. So we'll set that off to the side right here, just to chill out for a little while. We'll come back to our bread here. Bread. I'd say that's probably close to double the size it was before. Certainly nice and light and fluffy. But this is really what the fun part of making bread is all about. Being able to make fist marks in it. White chocolate champagne. White chocolate champagne. Lemon ginger. Maybe. What else can we do? And then maybe some sort of berry. Well, you already got a berry sauce, but I would think maybe you could even go like a cherry or something like that. Ginger will give it a nice little bite to it that'll help contrast against the other stuff. Be almost like a palate cleanser compared to the other two. Be the one you could go heavy either into the fruity or heavy into the chocolatey, and then get refreshed with the citrus. Oh yeah, Bubs. I mean, you can start with a manufactured yeast, but yeah, the local yeasts are gonna take over time. It's true all over the world. If you've ever heard of, oh, what's the name of the beer? Lambics. If you ever had a lambic beer, most lambics, not all of them, most lambics are naturally fermented, which they're using local yeasts to brew their beer. Anchor Steam. I think they're introducing their own yeast. I think they have their own yeast, but they open air ferment their beers. Like they're like grandfathered into. They're a San Francisco beer company. If I'm familiar with Anchor Brewing, and Anchor Steam, which is their claim to fame beer, their original beer, sort of like their Budweiser, is fermented in open air vats. Like literally, there's no roof above it. There's no, birds do their thing. They're doing their thing. It's in the flavor. Which is why spices are one of our greatest contributions to E. coli in the home. It's because spices are left out in the open for things to poop on. Certainly is. I mean, I look at chat with a chat viewer that doesn't show it shows the basic Twitch emotes, but it doesn't really show emotes. And so that just came across this text to me. I found it interesting. Okay, what is the one with underscore SG next to it? So we'll let these proof yet again for a second time here before we put these in the oven. We'll let them proof on a pan with some parchment. Alright, sort of close, so hopefully they grow to lightly touch each other. Perhaps not proofing, but once they're in the oven. We'll set that there just to hang out for right now. Okay, let's give this a stir up. There you go, Bubs. What's everyone think of the shirt tonight? It's a new one. I don't know, I guess it's mostly covered up by the apron anyways. But I think I need to start off with some water tonight. Before I start into the booze. Yeah, no, Hater Bubs. I mean, it was what I did. It's like, I don't have a family or anything pulling me back home, so you work 12 hours, you work 12 hours. just means more money. But that said, the industry does just grind people to the bone. It will, if you do not take care of yourself in this industry, it will destroy you. It's sort of like one of my first chefs, my intern chef when I was at the Arizona Biltmore in Phoenix. The head chef there, we had pulled off a long shift. Like, I started breakfast shift and I was there closing out dinner for dinner banquets. And, you know, he turned to me and he goes, "But did you spend any money today?" Of the chefs I've worked for, he was one of my favorites. He actually knew, he actually had a pulse of what was going on there. Like, he actually kept spreadsheets of his financials. He could tell you where his money was at any one time. He did some things that were not really traditional at that time that I know of for hotels too. Like, they would pay attention to the meats and the liquors and some of the big items coming in. But, like, if you needed something, you just grab it. Because, like, they'll just buy more. Like, so, like, all the veggies, all that stuff was, you know, this is what you need. We'll just grab more. Like, this is a giant resort. There's always something more we can pull. I fed myself on their dime. And was wearing their clothes. I didn't have to do my laundry for that. At least I don't think I did. I think they handled my laundry. They at least handled, like, aprons. We got another 45 minutes or so here until our pot roast is ready. Got another 4 minutes until our next Stream Raiders battle. So maybe we'll do our next Stream Raiders battle and then I'll have a little AFK break. Sit down for a couple minutes while we're waiting on things to proof and bake. I'm waiting to add the dressing to our salad until the last minute here. Because this way, if we get too much liquid coming off of this, we can actually pour some of that liquid off. But I hardly ever do that. Yeah, I mean, there's people that do that. I mean, by far, chefing is not the worst job in that term. Like, think about deep submersion divers and oil rig workers, and where they go to work at weeks at a time and they don't see their family until they get, you know, they spend like a week going out to some place, then dealing with pressure, depressurization, then traveling back. All sorts of military stuff is that way too. Just doesn't make sense to work a 9 to 5 for some businesses and industries. It just doesn't work. That's because they only care about keeping you alive, not happy. Yeah, actually, a fair number of people, at least one or two of the people that I graduated with from the Culinary Institute are in the oil industry now. One of them, I think, went into sort of trucking with that, and the other one went out and became a roughneck in the Dakotas, because it was like, peak boom for the Dakotas. True. I actually suspect that a fair number of the organic brands that are in the big chains, like, only exist to give organics a bad name. Yep. I mean, they basically live in their kitchen. Like, they go home to sleep, but they don't really live at home. They live in their kitchen. And, like, if you look at like, this is what my day is for some of the famous chefs out there, it's like, they just come home to sleep and, like, their wife and kids visit them at the restaurant. Or they grow up in the restaurant. Several people that I've seen profiled are like that, where, like, they'll take some time to have family time, but it's like, okay, we're off peak having dinner with the family in the washroom, sort of a thing. It's like, but it's a chosen lifestyle at the same time. Like, you don't start a business without realizing that's what you're getting into, to a certain degree. Because if it wasn't what you were realizing you were getting into, you would move on. Yeah, I know someone that used to work in, I used to know someone that worked in TV that, during their season of TV, they'd be pulling 16-hour days for like 6 weeks straight, but they only had to work for like 6 weeks out of the year. It was like those weeks that the show was in production, like, TV was all that dude did. Of course, he spent the rest of his year spending his 6-figure unemployment salary at the bar. Haven't seen him or talked to him since I lived in LA, but that was, oh geez, what was his last name? John something. He was, post-production manager for South Park. Was actually the voice of Mr. Slave. Really cool dude. But, like I said, he would work, like, he primarily did, like, sound stuff and that sort of a thing. And, like, but he was post-processing manager. And, like, he would work just, like, constantly for weeks. Drop off the face of the earth and then show back up once again. Ah, I didn't show the battle. I'm sorry, folks. Tree Bow getting those scrolls. All right, we'll do a battle in 30 minutes there. Yeah, and I'm going to take a little bit of a break here. We're going to take 9 minutes or so, and I'll be back. We're just waiting on stuff to proof and to cook, and so you'll just be here chatting anyways, and I need to sit down for a minute. So, we'll be back.
If you've ever been to Venice, you remember the gondolas and the picturesque waterways. And you remember the food, too. Superb food, prepared with that very special Italian touch. The same special Italian touch that Chef Boyardee sauce with meat can give to your meals over here. Because the recipe for this tangy sauce has been brought over from Italy by this famous Italian chef. Chef Boyardee sauce with meat is made from juicy, sun-ripened tomatoes and tender quality beef, simmered in a spicy sauce that makes a rice and cheese loaf, a casserole, or a spaghetti dish a real Italian-style dish. So when you'd like to add that special Italian touch to your dinner, do it with Chef Boyardee sauce with meat. Try Chef Boyardee sauce with mushrooms, too. Both are prepared from the chef's own Italian recipe.
Now, a new creation from Seal Test. Cottage cheese in ready-to-serve portions. Handy envelopes bring you brand new convenience and ease. Zip, it's open, quick and neat. Just the amount you need, the easy way to serve cottage cheese. The rest stays moist and creamy. Ready for next time.
Are they handy? Cottage cheese in ready-to-serve portions.
So easy to use, quick, and no bother at all.
The rest stays really fresh, moist, and creamy.
Yes, serving cottage cheese was never as easy as this. Seal Test's new square package with handy, ready-to-serve portions. Zip, it's open, simple as can be. The rest stays moist and creamy fresh. You'll love Seal Test cottage cheese in new, ready-to-serve portions. Get some soon.
Alexis Lachine wines are full of flavor. Alexis Lachine wines are dry. Alexis Lachine wines are mellow. Drink an Alexis Lachine wine with any kind of food. Or anytime you feel like relaxing with a drink. Alexis Lachine, fine French wines.
Schmidt's Blue Ribbon Bread gives you 7 ounces of non-fat milk solids in every loaf, the equal of 90 quarts a year if you serve it regularly. Every sandwich you make, every snack, gives you extra milk. For wonderful flavor combined with sound food values, serve Schmidt's Blue Ribbon Bread in the pantry pack.
Three, two, one, blast off. She's up. Come in ideal countdown control. Ready for second launching.
Atlas moving into position.
Fuel her up.
All set.
Count down.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off! There she goes!
Yes, you can be in command of your own ideal countdown. It's a real electronic missile base. You sit at the controls and move missiles into place. You count down. You blast off. You track the flight. The ideal countdown comes complete with moon missile and lunar probe, as well as a giant atlas. Get your electronic ideal countdown now, wherever good toys are sold.
It's a wonderful toy. It's ideal.
Folks, why do you eat Wheaties?
We like it.
But did you know it's always been whole wheat with all the bran, and bran is one of nature's best sources of food fiber.
That's news to us.
Wheaties breakfast this morning?
Sure, it helps me feel fit.
But do you know Wheaties has bran fiber your body may need?
That's news to me.
Why Wheaties?
Oh, we love the taste.
Have for years. But do you know for years you've been getting something extra for your diet? Bran fiber?
Well, that's news to me.
Wheaties. It's brand news.
What? Keeping the coffee in the icebox?
Yes, Mr. Jones, it's a new kind of coffee, roasted by a new secret process. Hence, this new none-such coffee has a different flavor, a flavor preserved by vacuum packing, the flavor retained by refrigeration after the jar has been opened. Just taste it. You can't miss that delicate aroma, that clean, mellow taste. Yes, in cooking, the way to a man's heart is most of all through the coffee pot. In every jar, you'll find 3 special pointers, valuable in all methods of making coffee. Try new none-such coffee now. Use half the jar. If not 100% satisfied, get all your money back from your grocer without argument. Special for Movie Week, only 28 cents a pound, plus 3 cents refundable deposit on the jar.
When you have a Labatt's, you have an adventure. Canadian Light, that's Labatt's. It's a great new taste in beer. Enjoy import quality at USA prices. Have an adventure. Have a Labatt's.
Here's the newest, most exciting sound in town. It's a General Electric blender that's going around. Completely new from base to lid. Take it apart, see what they did. The non-skid base is the lowest you'll ever see.
The decanter has a 36-ounce blending capacity.
The non-spill lid is really smart. For blending convenience, it comes apart. Add additional ingredients if you will. Look, no splash, see no spill. Put them all together and you know it's true. The General Electric blender is best for you. If you want to know another reason why,
it's only 10 1/2 inches high.
Stores easily on the counter or on a shelf. There's 1,000 things you can make yourself.
Make party spreads,
great cabbage heads, blend the meatloaf for a family of 8. Make ice-cold drinks you'll appreciate. Now's the time for you to buy the General Electric blender.
Did he say only 10 1/2 inches high?
Next week, George and Gracie will be brought to you by Carnation.
Hiya, happy boy. Wish you'd been with me today. We saw a great dog show, some beautiful dogs. There was the handsomest poodle, a real beauty, an international champion. His owner gave me some good advice.
There are many dog foods on the market, but the Carnation Company makes the best. It's called Friskies, and it's quality all the way through.
You should have seen the champion collie. He won everything in sight. The handler told me.
A very important part of this champion's diet is meat. That's why we feed him Friskies. The principal ingredient is lean red horse meat, the best you can buy.
So happy, you're getting real quality, and you're going to get your Friskies right now.
Friskies is prepared to the high standards of Carnation Company and guarantees prime-grade nourishment.
A pleasure, Milton. In just a moment, we'll see how well Milton does at the Pentagon. But if you want to see busy hands at your house, just you offer this lively Christmas party dip that's so good to serve with king-size Fritos corn chips. Just follow the recipe right on the Fritos package. Of course, it calls for the famous Philadelphia brand cream cheese, an 8-ounce package, which we blended with 2 tablespoons of milk till it's nice and smooth, like so. Then come 2 tablespoons of Kraft cream-style horseradish for zesty flavor, a 1/4 teaspoon of Worcestershire sauce, and finally, a dash of salt. And we'll blend our Philly mixture again. And when party time comes, let the folks enjoy this wonderful Philly horseradish dip with crisp king-size Fritos. There are those busy hands. Just remember, you make the best-tasting dips with the freshest-tasting cream cheese you can buy. Philadelphia brand cream cheese, made only by Kraft.
If you've ever been to Venice, you remember the gondolas and the picturesque waterways. And you remember the food.
Okay, that's repeating now. Welcome back, everyone. We are back. So we got our veggie coleslaw here. And it's losing some moisture. If you notice, the veggies all look wet now. And that's just them losing moisture from adding the salt. I think it's time I pour myself a glass of wine here. I need a bit more water before I do that, but I think it's time for some wine. I appreciate whoever that was with the link in Discord for the meats. Someone shared a link for to find some exotic meats. Oops, that wasn't the button I wanted. So we got a nice, dark, very dark wine here. This is definitely a wine that I would rate as possible to age. Because when looking at wines and determining when you're buying them, which ones are, I mean, flavor and a lot of other things come into this decision, whether you want to buy a wine and keep it around. Sometimes it's just availability, but sometimes you want to buy a bunch of wine because you have something you're familiar with and you want to come back to it, or you just absolutely love it. And if you want a simple indication of if a wine is going to be one that can take age, possibly, versus ones that are just supermarket ready to be drink fodder, which is vast majority of wine. A darker wine that is more opaque, even with a white background to it, is more likely to be able to age and more likely to be able to handle it. I'm down for it. I'd love to try an ostrich egg or something weird. But yeah, I love the nose on this wine. You've got some dark berry, you got some like leathery, almost like tobacco-like notes. Got some dirt on my glass. And it doesn't, like, assault you when you drink it either. Like, the initial drink of it is nice and smooth. The tannins sort of come in afterward. There's definitely tannin there still. Oh, there's certainly aged white wine. They're typically not aged not nearly as much as reds are. But there are. Yeah. But a lot of wines are not designed to be aged. They're intended for people to drink immediately. And many times what happens with the aging is you'll have a slightly, like, off flavor in your fermentation. And the aging is just going to make that mellower so the whole thing is more pleasant. it's not always about making something outstanding. It's usually actually more about letting something fade away. Another misperception. Many people don't understand that once a wine is in a bottle, it's not really the proper place to age a wine in a glass bottle. Like, that's the reason they age them in barrels, is the wood contact, the flavor that you get from that, the benefits that you get from storing it on wood. Doing it here, it's typically, like, in wood you're getting a controlled oxidation going on. And people argue you do too with a cork, but when you're using a lot of these are synthetic corks these days, or screw tops, those aren't going to allow any air in. And so you're not getting that same, aging in a bottle like you would properly aged from a vineyard. It's like aging bourbon. It doesn't really make sense. Like, aging bourbon in a barrel, awesome. Aging bourbon in a glass bottle, that's like aging it for the money. It's not aging it for the whiskey. It's not super rare, but it is rare, yes. I've actually been sort of half analyzing corks lately. And like, this is one that's going to come off of this same bottle here. This one is what I call a particle cork. It's like very small pieces of real cork that have been glued together. You'll have, these are becoming much more common, where we have particle cork in the center, and then we have a cap on either end of this of actual solid cork. Sorry, I'm trying to get this to focus. It's not quite working with me, but you get the ends that are solid pieces of cork, not the center. Do I have another whole cork? There's one right at the top there. But you'll still find whole corks on at least the fancy labels like Ferrari Carano. That's a solid, normal cork. I wasn't sure if it was endangered or not. I do know that it's very inefficient. Like, you're taking the outer bark of a tree and cutting those corks out of it, and it leaves a lot of scrap. So it makes a lot of sense that they're doing, like, particle corks. It just financially, it doesn't make sense to have them all be whole cork. Is there anything else I can do for dinner tonight? I think we got a pretty large dinner going here already. I am going to start boiling our potatoes here on the stove, though. it's also something I'm sure is, if we did all cork, it would be endangered. But yeah, so many wines are going to, even like same vineyards, like, I've been drinking a fair amount of Rodney Strong. Do I still have another one here? Yeah, I do. Rosé Pinot Noir. Rosé Pinot Noir is sort of like my discovery this year. It was a big one this year in Sonoma. I've noticed Rodney Strong has gone to screw caps, but not for all of their wines. One of those corks I showed you was a Rodney Strong. They've gone to corks for their wines that are like easy drinkers, or like, you know, like, let's grab that wine and go to the beach. I'll try any exotic meats, to be honest. If I was picking anything else out, I'd be like picking out things that I haven't had before. Like, I'm not overwhelmed with trying alligator again or gator again. It wasn't bad. I didn't mind it. But it was a little like sinewy, sort of fishy chicken. It's not something that, like, ooh, I gotta have that again. Why did the coffee file of me police report? He got mugged. I prefer my version of that joke. Coffee lives a rough life in this house. Every morning it gets mugged. Or python spirals. Yeah, I wouldn't mind trying snake either. From my understanding, snake is a very hard meat to clean up easily, and that's why it's not very commonly eaten. Turtle I would try. I wouldn't do shark fin. It's illegal in the US anyways, but I don't agree with the harvesting of shark fins. There's some things that I won't do. I actually have photos from China going into the food markets and them selling live turtles in the food markets. But there was also one shop that I took a photo of nothing but shark fins. And one of the students in my group did get a shark fin. They were trying to sell everything in bulk. But, so I have tried shark fin soup, or at least shark fin broth. Wasn't anything right home about, but it's not something that I condone, and it's not something I want to support. But snake meat is something that I would love to try. I'm not afraid of doing turtle. If they've got, I don't know what all they got, and I'm not gonna sit here and look at it on stream, to be honest. But I'm open to just about anything. My dislike of shark fin is the way most shark fins are harvested. Is they literally just coerce sharks to come up to the surface, and they cut the fins off of them at the surface and just leave them to die without their fins. Last 5 minutes, get units on the battlefield for Stream Raiders. But Hater, you can... There's some decent game shops just here in Sonoma County. There's at least 2 of them that I know of, the butcher shops here in the town, that have all sorts of stuff that I really should go and pick out some of the more exotic stuff they have. Like, I haven't done much wild boar. I mean, it's just basically pig to me, but it's gonna be gamier pig. Not 100% sure, Hater, but I'm pretty sure that it's just a specific breed of pig. Pretty sure it's just a specific breed. What I really need to try, well, that's one that I should probably start a fund for. I don't know if I'll even be able to get my hands on them here for a couple of years, but we apparently now have truffles being grown in Sonoma County. And so that would be really cool if I could get a sponsored stream to pick up a truffle from a local provider. I mean, I've got some other options. Like, I really doubt that I could get it myself, but I know enough people in the industry where I could be like, hey, can I buy a, truffle when you make your next order? I don't know, that's something I should check here while we're waiting on stuff to proof and cook too. Let me go check and see if they're actually holding that this year. Oh, come on, guys. Don't know if it's actually going to happen this year or not. It's in September if it does. Yeah, they're not posting anything. But I really want to get like a IRL stream backpack and go to the National Heirloom Festival that's here in Sonoma County. That's in September. I would love to show you folks how much variety there is out there and how much you can get that just isn't available to you just because it isn't economically convenient for some company to produce it for you. It's just ridiculous. If you bury yourself like deep in my Instagram, you might be able to find photos of it. But if you can picture like at least a 2 football field sized barn full of nothing but different produce and not being like one bunch of each type of produce. Literally thousands of tomatoes, hundreds of types of garlic, hundreds of types of carrots. Like, you name it, and there is a wide variety. And there's all sorts of stuff that people just have no clue even exist or could even be created. Antelope I can probably buy from one of the local stores, actually. Let's just do haste this time. That was a quick one. That was a quick one. Victory. 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 Treeball getting those kills and assists. Detroit getting those rewards along with myself. Wow. All sorts of goodies here for this last map. I got some quests that are done. Just clicked on our quests. Ooh, an elf rogue skin. That sounds like a winning pack. I mean, I can definitely find the buffalo locally. But the ostrich, both steak and eggs are things that I haven't had before. Python I haven't had before. Yeah, buffalo I can find. Antelope I think I can find. I can definitely find venison. Do some upgrading here. On to the next map. Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure what the major difference would be with them, too. I mean, I know they're both antlered jumping animals. So we'll see how we do here with this battle in 30 minutes. We're going to start doing some actual cooking once again, though. Though now. Sort of. At least a little bit. Let's go over here to the stove. We got our potatoes now bubbling away. We're going to have to cook those a little bit longer because our water to potato ratios got me thinking these probably aren't cooked. Oh yeah, they're not. They're not fully done yet. So we're going to put those on the back burner. We're going to turn that flame down in the front. And we're going to put our beef there in front. That is because we have to raise the temp on our oven here to 400 for our bread. Which our bread is now proofing. We're now almost touching here in a couple of these. We're going to move that over the counter here. Water buffalo is very often substituted for beef in Asian cuisines. It's sort of more commonly produced in rural regions of China. And actually you'll see it sold as beef a lot of the time in China. So I would assume it's much the same. However, it's also considered lower quality, so I don't know if that's just because it's not beef, or if there's an actual reasoning behind that. That's looking lovely. That's been bubbling away. We're going to turn that down to, that's just barely a boil temp. Oops. But you can tell that meat is nice and tender. That's ready to pull apart as soon as I stick a knife into or fork into that. We're going to continue to allow that to just bubble on the stove. It might be greasier, it might be tougher. It might be fattier. I doubt it's fattier though, because fat is typically looked at as a good thing when it's that sort of stuff. It's most likely a tougher meat. It's more likely a gamier meat than beef. But I don't know. I haven't had it. It's just my assumptions from people saying, you know, they get served water buffalo instead of beef when they're in China. It's sort of like them saying, you know, Koreans eat dog meat. Yes, there's a history there. Yes, they talk about restaurants still doing that here and there. Is it really being done that heavily? Don't know. Like, it's an actual Korean thing, sweet meat. I'm gonna go ahead and add our dressing to our coleslaw now, though. I have them. I could do it. One thing that I often commonly did with my coleslaws when I did coleslaw for my business is I would use my celery tops as flavor in my dressing, or as like a garnish with my coleslaw. That seems like it just disappeared, but the flavor's gonna be there. And as this continues to lose moisture, which now that we've added that dressing with all that acid in the dressing, it's gonna just increase how much moisture loss there is. I'd at least be willing to try it. It's not something that I'd be like, yeah, we do this all the time. But I'll try just about anything. Welcome in, Blue Moon. How you doing tonight? Well, we're sort of hanging out at this point. We've made a lovely batch of coleslaw here that's just finished mixing. We got some rolls here that are just about ready to go in the oven. And then on the stove there, in the big picture, we've got mashed potatoes in the back here that are sort of hidden. But we got mashed potatoes that have been sitting in some hopefully boiling water. They've lost their boil. And we've got pot roast. That pot roast has been in the oven for, at least an hour and a half. Probably 2 hours at this point. We're going to continue to simmer it, but I need to save the oven for our rolls, so our oven's preheating to 400 from our lower temp for the beef. Start boiling again, potatoes. Why ain't you boiling? Boil potatoes. Why do you stop boiling? And then lastly, Blue Moon, we've got a lovely Cab Sav. I'm drinking this not the specific vintage this year. This is the first year I've tried 2018. But going back to Francis Ford Coppola's Cab Sav. Oh, I'm sorry to hear you've had unsatisfactory food Christmas. Hopefully you're doing something to remedy that soon. Lovely, I do enjoy this wine. I've had this wine several times in the past. It's got a lot of that deep, heavy, dark fruit flavor. It's got a lot of more of that leathery, tobacco-y flavor to it. It's a nice, dense wine, and I enjoy it. I have not. Though most things like that I sort of just like straight up avoid. Like, I've picked up a couple now and then just to be like, okay, this has to be bad. Let's just prove that this is bad. But you're saying it was pretty awesome, huh? I sort of think of a lot of times wines that are sold to be put into foods are typically wines that weren't meant to be sold to be drank. And vice versa. Things that are flavored by something else were not worthy of being sold on their flavor alone. And so a lot of these products that are, you know, like a lot of the wines that are like bourbon barrel aged or like I tried a cheddar that was, I forget what it was, some sort of like hot sauce infused cheddar I tried earlier this year. It's like, yep, this is a junk cheddar with hot sauce so that, you know. But that's awesome that there's is there a specific brand that you buy that's awesome? I mean, that's my assumption when it comes to products like that. I mean, I'm negative, you know, I'm pessimistic about everything in this world. And so I look at things and I'm like, well, why are they selling this way? And so my initial reaction to a lot of those are like, yeah, it just wasn't worth selling on its own. But if you got an awesome one, I'm more than willing to try it out. Eesh, Kirkland. Not a Costco person. Would love to try that out, though. Kirkland does, Costco, Kirkland, they do a great job with their signature series, with their products. For wine, I'm not surprised that you're mentioning a Kirkland product. They do a much better job than maybe other than like Trader Joe's. Like, brand stuff is usually junk. Store brand stuff. Cab Sav Bellavitano. Bellavitano? Bellavitano. Mispronouncing that. Yeah, like I said, they do. When it comes to sourcing, Kirkland is up there as far as the brand names. I just can't stand Costco. I walk into Costco and the first thing I think of is, wow, they're treating us like cows. They're treating us like cattle. Like, yeah, pass through the lanes this way. Stay in the same way. You know, don't buck the trend. That and the store that I have here in Sonoma County has got, well, there's more than one in Sonoma, but the one that's closest to me has got lines that are always a mile long. Both cases, like, okay, I'm a piece of cattle that I'm just moving through the system. Wait, I thought I turned you up. I turned my oven off. I'm supposed to be turning my oven up. I don't have a what is Walmart's Sam's Club. I don't have a Sam's Club near me. But I guess Costco has this now too. I would love to be able to just make my order at one of those guys and pick it up. Like, I love the idea of buying things in bulk. I try and buy as much as I can for my kitchen in bulk. Just I mean, allows me to change things up. I always have, you know, flour, sugar, eggs, butter, you know, the things that you need to be able to shift and change and do things. But when it comes to having to deal with the people, I haven't bought anything in Walmart in ages, but that's just because I don't go out. I haven't gone shopping in a year, other than to a supermarket or a farmer's market. Starting to look more and more like coleslaw here. Starting to look more and more like coleslaw. Costco is also one of those rare companies that's a private company still. It's rare that a business gets as big as Costco and it's still private. But it gives them some advantages in that sense, in that, you know, they can tell people to just kick rocks, too. I suspect while its employees are probably paid a lot better and probably have a lot better benefits than compared to Walmart, I would guess that their tactics for getting rid of employees and dealing with poor performance are much more savage. Uh-oh. Alright, throwing our buns in the oven. Buns are going in the oven. Nice buns. Well, thank you. I'm done with this bag. That can go into the recycling pile. I'm gonna end up drinking all this wine before we even get finished with dinner. We're almost there with the potatoes. Our potatoes are actually looking like they're maybe cooked now. Yep. Potatoes are mashable. We'll turn the heat off on those. Just cover them for now. Allow them to hold their temp. We're going to start a timer for our bread. Shut up, stove. And we're going to continue to allow that to boil. I wish I could turn this down even more. Oh yeah, I can. The dial is off tonight because the oven is on. That is an annoyance with gas stoves, at least with this one. I turn my oven on and all of a sudden all the gauges on the gas don't read accurate anymore. We go through my playlist. We finished the playlist tonight. We did. I gotta add more to this new playlist. We'll go back to the old jazz playlist. Except let's skip down this list a little bit. Let's jump down even further. Play some of the songs I haven't heard off this playlist so much. I don't know if I really want to go that far. Like, I love old school ovens, but there are most certainly advantages to modern ones. Like an old school stovetop is really cool in my mind. But ovens, I mean, there's a whole reason that we have air fryers. I mean, it's because oven technology has jumped so much that, you know, we all have one of these in our kitchen, and they're trying to sell us a second oven. Is that the actual definition of Baracha? I have heard that word used not in that connotation in the past. That's some lighthearted kitchen Spanglish. B-O. Not B-A, B-O. It's not necessarily beans. It's not necessarily beans, it's just drunken. So it can be any food that was using liquor. Or it's calling someone drunk. Well, I'm sort of torn on it, because, like, they are a modern oven. They are what you get if you buy a modern oven. But at the same time, the whole fad of, let's buy this thing that's going to take up all the space on our countertop, and we're only going to use it for frozen food that's going to be horrible for us. Yeah, let's skip that. But as far as an oven that maybe has steam action, microwave action, injection heat, proper airflow, yeah, I'm all for that in my oven. It's sort of funny that with streaming, I almost want to buck trends that make things faster. Because a lot of what streaming is spending time online. And so doing things quicker is not always the best option for being a streamer. But at the same time, you want things that makes your life easier. Like, I make mayo on stream on purpose. I do a lot of my kneading on stream on purpose because it takes time. It's visually interesting. Let's strain our mashed potatoes. We're getting there. We're in our last pull here. We're probably going to do this is going to be our last battle of Stream Raiders tonight. We got 4 minutes left in our last battle. Let's strain the water off of our mashed potatoes. And I didn't plan for this. So we're going to keep that covered. We're going to recover this for a moment. And we're going to melt some butter. So is anyone else out there watch the new Matrix? I'm not going to try and spoil anything for anyone, but is everyone else out there as confused as I am about that? I mean, you want to talk about meta. I will say that the first half of the movie was like pure tie-in, pure meta confusion between all the past Matrix. The end of it is sort of like, okay, we've established everything and we're just going with the flow. I would not say it's because it's a very complex story, And in order to watch this most recent one, I don't know. Like, I think a new person could probably watch the new one and be okay with it. But at the same time, I would feel sorry for them because they don't have all the past references and all the past stuff that's just tied into it. Because there is so much tied into this that's not even obvious. Like, there was things I caught in the credits, so I was like, oh, that was in this film? I should look back for that. And so, like, on one hand, I would think you would enjoy it just by itself, but I would feel sorry that you're not enjoying the full thing. Because there is so much more there. Like, it's gonna be... I don't know. That's actually what's getting to me about it, too. And I can't talk about it. But, like... yeah. I'm wondering if they went too far with the fact that this is the fourth one. I think that's the best way I can put it without spoiling it. Okay, so we got butter melted for our potatoes. I'm going to cut up actually a little bit extra butter because I don't have sour cream or anything to put in with them. Yeah, it was originally a trilogy. But considering it was also written by the original author, or at least one half of the original authors, it's not like it's... yeah, the third one was sort of a hard ending. But the fourth one also makes sense. As strange as that sounds. Let's do our battle. Let's go to war. Victory. That was a quick one. We just laid waste to him. Tina getting those kills. Detroit Forzen getting the assists. Our bread wanting my attention. How are we looking down here? Oh, those can sit in there another minute. They can sit in another 3 minutes. Congrats, Controlled Chaos and Treba, on your rewards. And we're going to call it there tonight, because we're just wrapping things up tonight. We'll start off by wrapping up my coleslaw here. We'll take some photos of that. And coleslaw, sort of like stuffing, that dressing and that flavor is going to be better tomorrow than it is tonight. It is something that definitely needs a little time to develop. It's like a fine wine. Let's hit that with a little pepper on top, if only for a little contrast in our photo. Sorry, Clover, I don't want to promote you that much. Okay, coleslaw. Let's chop up our butter for our potatoes. So, cold butter in there, warm butter in there. Salt. Garlic powder. Because, I mean, they're the potatoes, you gotta add some garlic, right? And cover those back up because our rolls are hopefully ready. There we go. Got some nice dinner rolls. Got some nice dinner rolls. Didn't add any dairy on them. So they could have gotten a little bit more roasted golden color, a little darker color on them if I had added some dairy on the top of them. But we'll go with those just as is. Eesh, I don't know if I want to put that directly on the hot table. Directly on the table. Okay. Mashed potatoes. I don't have any greens to add into my potatoes tonight. I could do some parsley, but nah. Yep, mashed potatoes. Want a bit more pepper in those. Want a bit more salt in those. I already added, I think. No, that was through the coleslaw dressing. Added white pepper. There we go. We got butter. We got salt. We got potato. We got deliciousness. You gotta make sure and rinse off your potato masher right after using it. Sort of like strainers, you gotta make sure that that's got all the junk off of it. We'll sanitize it later, but the junk's off of it. Take a photo of our rolls for dinner tonight. Let's give one of these rolls a chop and a witness here for everyone. Cut through it rather than just smash it. Nice rolls. Got a little airiness there. Those are good for sopping everything up. Let's make our main dish for the dinner tonight. Turn the butter pan upside down in the potatoes to get all that butter out of it over time. Okay, for beef tonight, I think I'm going to take out that nice little eye here. That looks like a winning piece. We want some of these goodies underneath too. A little fancy salt, a little fresh pepper cracked over the top. You want some fresh parsley, a little fresh thyme, a little fresh, I don't know, a little freshness. Feel free to throw that in there, a little green onion, something along that line. Take a photo of our deliciousness here. I use that word too much. It's a made-up word too, deliciousness. Awesome. Let's give a main view shot of this deliciousness. We've got our hot roast with fresh mash. We've got our homemade coleslaw. And some fresh rolls. Try and show this camera too, because this camera's got the best coloring of the three. Yeah, I'm happy with. I've been using this roll recipe for about 2 months now, 3 months now. I've been toying out with a whole bunch of different uses for it. Really big fan of this simple rolls recipe. So very happy with that, but sort of expecting that at this point too. Appreciate that, Treba. Let's see if we can't find anyone else to share the love with tonight. Let's see if we haven't had anyone use the guide the raid command in the channel points. Oh, let's see here. Is there anyone we want to raid tonight? I think we're going to call it a night right here. Unless anyone wants to guide the raid, I think we're going to call it a night. I've raided most of the people I see online somewhat recently. Yeah. I'm going to go enjoy my dinner. So I want to thank everyone for joining me tonight. Tomorrow night, I'm going to be taking the leftovers of all this loveliness here, and we're going to be making some pot pies out of that. Going to be making the dough, going to be making those all up and baking those off. Maybe I'll find something else to pair with those. I hope you come back and join me back here tomorrow, starting normal time, 4:30 Pacific, so 90 minutes later than I did today. And we got our lemon juice challenge for Wednesday, and who knows what I'll come up with for Friday and Sunday. I may already have things up in the calendar that I'm already forgetting. If you're interested in getting updates, knowing what's coming up, I do have a Google Calendar link down in the About section down below. You're welcome to join in. You can get alerts when the stream goes live. You can find out if I decide to let you know what's coming ahead of time. Appreciate it if you join me. And awesome. I hope you all have a great night. Good night now.